Alright, good evening perhaps to all of you people around the world. Wow, subscribe to earn drops? Well, ain't that the greatest? Let's see if we can get rid of that. Especially since I don't think it's very applicable, since in order to subscribe, this channel might need to be slightly bigger. But there's also a chance that there's a setting that I have not realized. So I'll adjust that later on. For now, since we have been working our way on and through and via the ladder for the grand 50 day, or this shall be the 50th, it's only reasonable that we try to focus on the task at hand, which is grinding some more, of course. And then later on we might fancy ourselves with some retrospects regarding do's and do nots and things we have learned or thought we have learned, what have you. But my current take, in any case at this stage, is that I think more people should fancy themselves with some streaming, no matter the game. Of course, preferably it might be this very game, but I don't think it has to be this one. We have a cat that's slept most of the day since it has been very rainy. I think that plays a part. And well. And now that I'm slowly awakening to enjoy the day, it seems that great cheap micro we are having here. It's probably just a reasonable thing that our dearest cat supporter also rises to face the day with its challenges, whatever those might be. So we don't have deer because we have chicken, right? And we are playing against Saracens, and they are going to use the market because they are clever like that. And what do? We will mill the chicken, and we will send the sheep home, and we will think of all the ways we could play with the Sicilians. Let's have a look at this. And can't recall how this is played, but well, slowly the memories shall return to me. Oh yes. So we would like to have the space for a farm. Alright. Oh no. Based on the few previous days of playing, I think we have been a little slower, or enjoying ourselves, taking our times, all those sort of things. so not as try hard as some pro gamers might put it. Which is of course a very good attitude. From my point of view. We didn't quite manage to do what we were aiming to do, but that's alright. In any case, now that we are in the relaxed mode, we enjoy playing on maps such as Arena and against tactics such as Douche. Oh, but yes, we're supposed to find our enemy as well and not just... We're still little... lacking scouting intel-wise. But yes, as I was trying to say before I fell asleep, we are now trying to, of course, enjoy the game as it's played. Oh no. Well, great timing that is. Oh. And eventually we will learn how to play this in a clever fashion without losing too much time or making too many questionable decisions constantly all the time or ever. Yes, more wood, thank you. Boom. And then we have this sheep doing the important scouting. As are they. Well, Arena is one of those maps. Oh, we have been stuck but not walled in. Thankfully. So this is one of those maps I just read or heard where people are usually playing. Castle units. So the unique units for us as Sicilians, we get sergeants, but is that what we get from the castle? Sergeant, yes. We could have built a dungeon to protect our, well, the little that we have. Alright, well, Well, in any case, it's time to have a few spears and dungeon. I don't know if they are waiting for that. Would it make sense? And we don't usually do wheelbarrow, but we are feeling optimistic that this game will last for a while, and that's why we didn't rush any houses or nothing. Yes. Let's change plan a bit. So where is the scout? Boom. Ah, cute polar bear. Or a bear. Ugh. It's a terrible fight. Well, it's alright. A few more villagers, then blacksmith would be great. And do we have any information about them? Not really. Right. On stone. The great thing is that we are playing still at 1k elo around, give or take. So things are more or less... Yes, let's do this. So you can expect anything. Ah. Da, 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 da. Oh, an archer? Oh, this is great. Okay. Da, 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 da. Although I forgot to check the upgrades, so... Oh no, a castle age already? Well, luckily we are not too far away from that ourselves. We just aren't there yet. Perhaps a loom would be nice, and what else? I'm not microing this at all, really. Alright, and then houses can be built later on. Who needs those? Nope. So are they trying to get rid of our spears then? It seems like that's the case. Alright. So they are building some scouts, presumably. Why else? Or knights even, but it's too soon to say. I'm not an expert. Da, 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 da. Oof, they are even rescuing the archers that are no longer needed. Just so very cute. So let those in. Actually, let's do some upgrades first. A dreadful monk. Oh, right. Since we have done nothing, it's also a tactic that they might be planning to apply. Just boom away based on the score. They might have a few town centers, for example. So why would they build archers? Something I'm not seeing, but and then again, I very often see too much. A defensive castle? Let's think. So we could have few skirmishers, but then they might have some horses of their own. all the indecisiveness of our time. Do we even need castles or surgeons or anything for anything? Not necessarily, no. Right. And actually, you could get rid of that. So let's show them this very glorious cavalry archer of ours. Yes, we have been in the hospital. But yes, we will need that. So are there risks if we just move out? Presumably. Oh. There are some risks. Well, it might be that we won't be able to get far with these, but then again, they are still harassing us elsewhere, and where there's a will, there's a chance, as they say. So let's move out a bit. Although they haven't gotten this relic yet, so their monk must or might be just walking past quite soon. And that's just a terrible thing for us. If it... Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Why would we not? Well, there is still a chance. Oh no, the chance is very slim. Oh no. Alright, so next plan. And since they are playing with archers, that gives us a chance to... actually, let's just do it like this. Rethink our approach a bit. And what do we do then? Even do the Saracens archers get the bonus against buildings still? Yes. Well, that explains how the castle is about to go down so fast as it does. So, what do we do then? We have given up all the relics. That's alright. And we are still lacking some useful upgrades. The castle they left there because they are about to... oh, sorry. Presumably just get through our walls with the archers, no? Through the gates. That's not great. It's terrible. And we are lacking the defensive castle. So this might be a very bad thing for us. So how do we fight against a group of archers? Well, we could build some dungeons presumably to slow them down a bit, but we might need ballistics to help. So could you help with that? We gave up all the stone that we had there. That's just not nice the way they are approaching this. Monks and rams and everything. So do we have anything with which to... we don't care about that. Oh, but we do. 90. Yes, okay. And then you could build us a town center. Very good. And what is our unit of choice then? Skirmishers. That's great. Oh, sorry. Oops. That's alright. Back you go. Oh, sorry. You can't go back. My bad. So let's just forget about that. So we could have a few mangonels, perhaps. If it's not too late. And then we could take this as a practice game, which is the greatest approach for anything, usually. Alright, so a few skirmishers, that's alright. It's very cute even. So only we had a few mangonels. That's alright, let's build a new one. A few houses. And are we still escaping? Not really. So no, we are not. Well, that's not the greatest shot. That's alright. And back to work. Ah. That was close, even if we didn't quite get that. And then castle is going to make things very difficult for us. Oops, sorry, back to work. So what do we do in a situation like this? We can't run away really. And they are about to reach the next age. Do we still have a chance to escape? No, okay, so no more. We could have a few rams. Although it might be a little too late for that. If we are really serious. Sorry, I didn't watch the score. GG, well played. Alright. So that's the first of the day, and we did great, but not very well. After all those archers were on the field, it might have been a little risky to move out with the villagers, but we learn by practice. So by practicing, yes. Let's see, so Xerafi. Perhaps more prompt. pronunciation. So Sicilians. We could have built. Oof, they have played 6,500 games. That is not too shabby. One of these days we shall also have our set of thousands of games, since so far we are at what? Approximately 357 games, which is a great start. And they have been 1.3k at some stage. Alright, so they started producing archers before reaching the castle age, and I think so that's to give them map control. I don't know if this is a gimmicky play, but we are still even at villager numbers, so they have had some struggles there as well. And producing archers costs wood, so we could have tried to outboom them by following that logic, thinking that they can't build all those. So we sort of had a window somewhere, but not like that. But yeah, we could have built a castle there and then follow up castle afterwards or something. Or we could have had a single mangonel or even a couple of mangonels. Few skirmishers or something to help a bit. I like the fact that they shot these walls. So we've lost 20 villagers. We would be behind, but not terribly behind if we didn't lose all those. And we managed to kill one villager. That's not very good. And then there's this question mark. So they clicked up to Imperial Age and then were thinking that how come we don't know this? Alright. So a very solid play from them. And then I think quite a few things could have been better, but at least we were very fast at some stage when we were trying to choose the mangonel or something amongst all the fields. Or no, when we were trying to build the castle. That was our moment of glory, and we never changed the scene even. So there you have it. Luckily there was not much to be seen, or we didn't look really carefully, so we didn't see all the things that were worth seeing. But that's what happens when you have too many breaks between your games, ladies and gentlemen. So actually, how could I find when we had our first game? Can we try to check the replays? So this shows replays all the way back to 9 months ago. But we have the stats page, so perhaps that might help. So the first game it shows, to me it seems, happened or took place 10th of April 24, so it's 13 months and some week in addition to that. And that's when we reached very quickly our 1.114, which is our second best ELO ranking to date. And then the reality hit us quite soon afterwards, that there are constantly other players who are doing their best, trying to mitigate our chances of getting 3 points at least. Do we still work? Just a quick... Oh, yes, alright. Very good. Sorry about that. Everything looked so very suspicious to my eyes. So, Ricky. Do we know them? Not necessarily. So Arabia this time, and we are happy to find some pigs, because we have had terrible luck with those as of late. Hasn't been a game or two perhaps when we have not found all the sheep that rightfully would belong to us, and then perhaps our enemy has found some of those and they are not always too willing to share their findings, so they have then returned those herdables to us in forms of military units or villagers building castles or something as terrible as that, which is not at all recommended by yours truly. Alright. Oh, we are still missing few sheep or pigs. So you should build us a house because we are busy elsewhere. Okay, let's just do it in an old-fashioned way. Oops. Oops. Well, at least we tried to be efficient, and that's what counts to a certain degree. Thanks to all the idle time, we weren't even actually in a need of rushing the house or anything. Right, so let's be very clever this time. Another question remains, are we still missing a few sheep? Since it feels like that is the case. If only we knew our scouting. So we are against Spanish and we don't expect anything from them, but at least archers are very unlikely. Japanese, you could expect some infantry from us, but perhaps we could try to surprise our opponent, as we sometimes manage to do. And instead of playing with infantry, we could play with archers, for example. In the previous game, I think we could have tried to build just this huge amount of... Did they think that the archers would be great against dungeon rush? Surgeons and all. Since they don't have that great pierce armor anymore, I think they were impenetrable in the past, and now not as much so. So could it be that that was the reason they chose that? Aha! That's just great. Yes. Slowly improving with our everything, yes, we are. Ain't that just the greatest? Okay, enough this. And then that, and then more wood. Yes. And then we have enough wood to, I don't know, build 1500 farms at least. Oh, and that's also because Japanese mills and lumber camps and whatnots, mining camps are cheaper. Cavalry archers get extra attack, right? Alright. Well, I'm quite... so, double range. Yes, so all of you besides the weak ones can turn into gold miners, since we have a rather safe gold pile. And I would presume that we are going to see some scouts, but alright, so it's a fast castle approach. They have walls and everything, those people. Right, so we, in order to react to this promptly, we'll just build some great upgrades, and then we don't need to expect too many scouts from them, presumably, because where is their scout even? How come we haven't seen that? Well, they have a loan, that's great. And we stopped producing, but that's alright. Happens to best of us. And all of a sudden we don't have enough resources to do any of the things we planned to do, but it's alright. They should be reaching the castle age soon enough. Okay, and they are preparing for a castle. So will it be a defensive or an offensive one then? Is the very... It's just passing. Alright, so they are moving. And where are they moving? Defensive castle would make sense. Oh, alright. Well, let's go there while we still have a chance. And then we could presume to see some conquistadors on the field soon enough. We don't necessarily need you there. So how do we react to this? Oops. Alright, so they have a beautiful castle at home. They are not using the pond. And we should be reaching for the next age. So there's the Kong. Right. And you all could be farmers. For all I care. And then this is going to take a while longer. Alright. So a few more archers. I have some trouble with my hotkey or waypoint setting. That's alright. Since we are there, so why not make it count? So we might have lost a few units in the process. Let's just make more archers and enjoy that while it still lasts. But this might still as well be a quite... Oh. Fast game in a way. Can we escape? No, we can't. So more Townsenders, alright. And then we could just walk there or something. Oh! Even microing with those? That's just... Oh. I should probably do something like that, but it's very difficult. Alright. So a few more archers. And then what do? We will wait for the next age and we will build this great group of even more archers. Yes. Just take it from here. Da 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 da. We could have some skirmishers mixed in. That would be a reasonable thing to do. I think. House there to get us some extra visibility. And then what? I'm not really sure what they are up to. Oh, hello. Okay. So let's have a few. That's actually more important, but that's alright. Da, 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 da. And there we go. Still happening, so it's alright. So you will go there, for example. And then are we ready with our there you go. Not the greatest, not the worst. Alright, back to work everyone. Not there. Change of plans. So we wasted some of our army and got very little in return, but that's alright. Happens to me all the time. Happens to others too sometimes. Alright, so now we have some people. You could go there as well. You could help there a bit. I like the fact that we are microing here. So a few more units. Then we have. Oops. Just passing. Right, and then you could soon enough build us something. Right, so we have lost a few villages, and we don't have much. Oh no! They just found us like right away. What are the odds? But all right, so let's take this as our new home. Oh, I like the fact that they have had like 5 or so. Okay, back to the coal mining operations we go. 5 conquistadors or so, and they are still alive. Right, let's go back home. You have to do something about that. You could move back to that farm. Oh, that farm. Alright, then few farms. Oops. Oh no. Losing more villagers? That's terrible. Okay, well luckily we called our army back home, so we should get rid of this. This threat for good. So you will kill those and you will kill those. Great, okay. And then we will just carry on as usual. Ah, finally some peace. But now the problem, of course, is that they might just have let's see, 50 more conquistadors on their way, perhaps. So this joy of ours could be quite short-lived. Alright, so what are we doing over here? 35 villagers. It's not quite enough for our use. Right, so let's build skirmishers. Okay. Let's take that as an invitation. Let's not. Okay. So we should have a few thousanders here and there, and ballistics would be great. Some monks would be great, but we don't have too much gold for anything. And just move there. The little units that we have. Na 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 na. Oh no, and now they are showing in our base with skirmishers, just toying with us. It's the greatest threat we have faced in a while. Okay, so perhaps we could now switch to some scouts, if only we had some resources to do that, actually. But it's just a matter of time, and we could think this game as a practice run. Alright, so there you go. And let's just stay put. And some more farms. Why not? No. Okay, and we could then move there to get some gold. If possible. Although there's a chance that it's not possible, but let's see. Alright, so then you build castle and then go back to work. And we could cancel this and have a few more villages from these locations. Very precocious locations these are. Oh, you're farming some more. Those people. Alright. Alright, so it's time for them to lose some as well. Although there is a chance that they are soon heading to the next age. So ballistics o'clock would be great. Some knights would be great, but we don't have time for everything. That would be great, so. There you go. You might go there as well. And then what do we do? You might go there, except for you, just so that they think. Stone walls, alright. This is a very weird play, but let's do that and carry on. Oh, I thought we... Oh, but yes, we just quit that. Oh no. It's the Imperial Age. And then some more villagers. Sure, why not? Boom. Mangonel. Very good. Why can't we? So they have this next set built already. Let's just go through that. Ooh. Alright, so now they were too busy. This is great for us. Okay. Do. So, are they doing much? Feels like they might not be doing too much, but are we doing much? Well, depends who you ask. Perhaps. So we could have our share of... Oh, back to work everyone. Go there actually. More archers? Well, we have the resources, so let's then build that as well. Help there. And this is a terribly weird game. But at least a very calm and peaceful one as well. So there's that, that's great. And what was that? Paladin. All the units I've seen in my past. It's the horde of paladins. That's actually going to be the end of it. Right, so let's go back there if possible. Time to do murder holes as well as some more archery ranges. That's great. And then we don't mind losing that, I don't think. But all right. And then more farms, thank you very much. Oh no. Well, things are looking a little dicey all of a sudden. Perhaps we have lost the game. Alright, GG, well played. Thank you for your time. So, they did expand beyond any expectations. But I don't think they had too many villagers. if we had rushed our aggression a bit, that could have been a different game, but and it was only 27th game of theirs, so they are just getting adjusted to this one. So they had quite a few villagers. Alright, so they were very thin reaching Castle Age, and with a slightly better approach we didn't necessarily have to lose let's say 30 villagers perhaps. Let's see how it actually went down. But yes, I think this was a winnable game based on everything I've seen so far. So they weren't too fast. They were microing with their army, got great value out of that. And if we had built any army of our own, perhaps game would have been slightly different. So they were a beginner Spanish player following the great guides of Doubts and others. So that also explains why they were so late to walling. So if he had just moved out a bit sooner, we would have gotten some value out from the archers. And this also might explain why they didn't have more conks than the 5 or so that they did, since they were lacking resources. So this was the first, well, they might have gotten an embarrassing amount of damage. We are just walking back and forth with those, so they are not queuing more villagers, and we have lost 7, and soon we will lose most of these. So this is the only thing they are doing, dancing with the kongs. I don't know if they kept count, but this explains why the score was so close still. So they are building their eco. It's slowly getting to the point where it's great, but if we didn't lose 16 villagers, and we will lose a few more, to just a few kongs that we could have easily, like, we could have prioritized our upgrades slightly differently, for example. And now that's where they thought that, okay, now that they have lost 2, they don't need the rest anymore. But this explains why they didn't kill us as fast as I was expecting. Since they were only a beginner. Let's see, when will they find out about our great eco? But they are doing the right things, like applying pressure, that's great. And then getting some off kills. We have, like, on one hand we have only lost 20 or so villagers. We didn't need ballistics anymore. Would have been handy earlier, but like, all these plays, they didn't need to do that. And now they are just waiting for the paladin upgrade to kick in. And the bells are ringing. And I think that had we played this a little more, well, defensively, We could have still made this a fun late game. They are way more efficient in this front, like just doing the things that they need. Oops. We might have lost that one for nothing. So they still don't know about us. Or our additional Townsenders or anything of that sort. Our army control isn't the greatest. Now they're destroying that. Alright, so they saw the farms earlier. They just didn't realize that. And now we are even in villager numbers. Alright. So if we had a defensive castle here, for example, we could have thwarted the paladin, because they are still lacking gold. Well, they have gold, but they don't have like enough gold. But yeah, in general, I think we were a little slow, and now that we have enough stone for a few castles, we are not really building those. So, it's just a very underwhelming game. But this is the 50th day, so. Slazinator, have a great stream. Good luck, have fun. Cheers, thanks. Thank you for dropping by. Don't know if you still happen to be here or if you are already off to work or something, but appreciate it. Thank you for the heads up. And it's only going to get better as we go, so that one's for sure. Thanks to you. But in any case, they were, well, if not fast, but at least they were fast enough. Well, we will adjust the layout of the user interface later on. Of our chat, I mean. Alright. Let's have a third one before a short, perhaps, break, perhaps. The fun thing is that both of those games felt really winnable. We weren't really executing well, and our opponent did do great things, but I think it's nice that in retrospect we can see some easy mistakes that might be hard to get rid of, but at least it's not beyond our comprehension why the game or the games went down the way they did. I would also like to think that, especially like the first game against a more experienced player who had some 6,000 perhaps games under their belt, might not have been too celebratory. A game worth celebrating for. Especially since they had the question mark, what's up, upon clicking Imperial Age. But the latter one, against a player who has only played some 40-50 games, I think it must have felt great to be able to deal as much damage as they did, and also manage to recover against forward castle or the castle drop and everything. So let's hope we are at least delivering on that front and giving people nice experiences. Sometimes, even if that's not always the case. And perhaps you can claim that against inexperienced players the games tend to drag on longer. Oof. First time with new civs, and they also have a new civ. So Urgens, what's their specialty then? They must have something, but what is it? We also might have some typish Andy. Their nick sounds familiar, but first time with new civ. New civ. Exciting times. So we cavalry civilization. One free villager for its mill, lumber and mining camp technology researched. Oh no. Maniacally. Whilst learning the chatting prefixes. Your nick sounds familiar as well. Have had a nice chat earlier as well. Typish Andy. Oops. Things are going terribly. So what is it that we tend to do against Urgens? Cavalry and gunpowder. Siege engineers available in Castle Age. Siege and fortification upgrades. Fortifications regenerate. Gunpowder units get extra alloys. That is also a possibility. Let's see if the play style reminds me of something. No, sorry, not yet. Finn. Guten Tag, but that's it. Lacking the words. Right, the houses. No need. Been housed for a while. I have to learn to prioritize the game instead of real life friendship building actions. One day. Alright, so it's time to mill. Yes. Okay, so in any case, I presume they will drop a castle, and our plan would then be to prevent them from enjoying that castle. So some feudal age action is what we try to do. And there we go. No worries, got it sorted out. Be afraid again. Good. So, we have a cat that's seeking. Seeking play friends, and we are lacking some resources. No worries. Well, something had to be done. Learning together is a great way to build team spirit. And then we are late to... Hey cat! To quite a few things. So they have gunpowder, they have fortifications, they have... Are we ready to go up? Okay. I feel that we are slightly late. They have all the buildings already. Fast castle. So let's have a few... buildings to give us a forewarning. It's very important. Okay, then you go there. No one was died or no one was killed in the process. And that's where our stone is, so that's good. And we will build these. And then we will go back home, if possible. Few spears, 3 villagers would be great. And right. Da, 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 da. You go there, you go there. We are late. Late to everything. So, archer range would be great. So I was thinking of having some Right, no houses. Some archers, but we are a little late to that. Let's see if we could get rid of their scout before it is too late. Well, of course it's never really too late, but... Right, we should have extra villagers, I just didn't notice that. So would it be a fast Imperial Age and taking it from there? That probably makes some sense. And go there. So the only thing we are missing now basically is the Castle Age. But well, that's where we could position our castle when we will have a chance. And how do we reckon we will prevent their move out, if we are to prevent that at all? Alright. Well, at least we got rid of that, which is great. And then we don't need this much gold for nothing. For now, at least. That's not great. More farms, that is great. And then what? It's just hanging. Right. Just missing some buildings, right. A few more houses. This would be a great place for a town center, but that's too late. Alright. So we have done everything right. Da 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 da. Let's see if we can learn something by watching really carefully. Yes, we have shown the archer, the mightiness of that, and we check whether they have something going anywhere elsewhere. Next layer of houses. Well, that sounds like they are trying to get to the glorious. Let's move you there. You could join us there. there. They should be clicking up to the next age soon enough. Of course. Ugh, it's almost a misplay. Okay. So more gold. Oh, but we can't get an upgrade for that. That's terrible. And then we are lacking a couple of hundred of gold. Before we are to get to the next age. Too bad that everything costs. Soldiers passively produce food? What? Very weird bonus. Alright. Are we getting there? Not yet. Perhaps now. We need the castle age, sorry, the imperial age, but you are not delivering. Okay, and then back to there you go. So they will hit us. Hey, Kang cavalry. Imperial Age, trebuchets, and what have yous then? Don't know yet. Let's just do all the upgrades to save us some resources. We are not really making use of the map control that we have currently. Alright. Heigang cavalry and some tiger cavalry. That's great. Some upgrades would be great. Why not? And then some universities. We might risk of losing few buildings in the process. Right. Cow we have. What? But that's no trebuchet. Right, because we get this. Right. So we didn't need a castle at all, basically. Alright. Well, let's try to get through the wall instead. I think Hussar would be great, but we can't afford that. Can afford very few things. 500, 600. Architecture, yes. It's like we don't have enough anything. Oh, alright, let's just carry on. Oh, they have trebuchets. That's not great. I don't know if they are about to move out or not. Let's move you guys there. Heavy cavalry, yes. Although we don't have a single one to begin with, but it's about to change. It's a very weird approach by all of us probably. And so at least that's fun. So let's build a secondary castle to get this slow trickle of food that was promised for our military units. And then murder holes, yes. Very important piece of technology. There's a chance that they are outbooming us as we speak. Is it a very likely chance? Somewhat yes. And we might want to send a few units back home. Get rid of those. Some great losses have occurred. Elite Iron Pagoda. Alright, so there are units as well. But no gunpowder as of yet, it seems. Very weird. Alright. So that's great. Mounted units get extra melee armor. Wouldn't that be nice? Hello. Just passing by again. Meanwhile, they are doing some damage over here, but let's move out from the way. And then you can't build us anything. That's too bad. So we have plenty of gold. And we are slightly late with our castle, it seems. But it's never too late, really. For as long as there's hope, there's a chance, and so forth. Right? And there you go. You are going to die. Very likely. But what? All sorts of buildings? Halperia. Alright, well, we still have some people alive, so that's great. Oh, sorry. Oh yes, because I ordered you to walk to the town center, so it makes sense. At least they are being really nice about this. Elite Iron Pagoda. Sorry. So we have steppe lancers, and what's great about these royal hares? They are not the greatest against those. based on the scores we are seeing. And then the unique tech that we had didn't help too much because we only have one military unit on the field. Alright, GG, well played. Nice patience. Thank you for your time and see you around. Alright, so Typish Andy. They have boomed a bit, and then that's that. Have a good one, bro. Take care. Likewise. Thanks. Typish Andy. A great person to have around. So we have made friends. Let's see if there's a chance to search Typish Andy. No, perhaps we have not played them before. Huh, alright. Perhaps I'm just mixing that with the pro Andy, who is not just Andy, presumably, but can't remember. Alright, so let's see what we learned. What we could learn. So in the end, they have played 350 games or so. Our stats, we are now even 180 games, so the losing streak of 3 at least is making a dent. They had 120 villagers. Just letting you know that my scene switching game isn't what it's supposed to be. Alright, so I was expecting gunpowder. We saw nothing of that sort. So don't know about TV series. So we were 3 villages behind, 1 minute idle TC time, but that's alright. Logger efficiency not the greatest, but do we ever recover from that? Oh, actually we have our secondary drink with us. Selling stone. Alright, doing the eco upgrades. That's great. Now we are even in villages. Idle TC time 1 second. Doing the wheelbarrow at the same time. We are the greatest. But now we are going to hurt a bit. So they are just adding. Selling stone, buying food and wood. Why would they use market that heavily? Now selling wood. Well, they wanted to get the Imperial Age, but they have doubled the villager numbers. Now, if we had any army at this stage, so we have a castle, we could have had few petards, and then we could have sent 10. We didn't need all these, or we could have prepared some of the upgrades we didn't need to click up. We could have had 20 cavalry running in, idling their eco. So in a way this was a good idea. We just needed to get rid of those walls. Also because we knew that they're going to have trebuchets. At least we presumed that the Civ would have trebuchets. So now we couldn't protect those, even though that's the only thing that they have. And that's why they stayed within the walls for so long as well. Alright. Then doing the upgrades. Then just well, we didn't really put up a fight, but we could have. So that's great. And we got some villager kills, which was great as well. But of course, our army numbers weren't quite there. And then selling, so they were lacking gold because they were contained within the walls. Alright. Well, at least they took us seriously, and that's always great. Yeah, we could have had some archers, for example, with the resources that we had. Don't know whether we had... Well, we didn't have too great set of archers. Xi'an Bay Raider. What's that? Xi'an Bay Rider. Traction trebuchets. So these we could get from the siege workshop. We didn't need a castle for this. Just would have needed to build one siege workshop. The monastery is not too great, I presume. What do we do? We didn't get gunpowder units, so the chemistry only got us extra attack that we didn't really utilize. And they, on the other hand, they got a cannon, but they didn't use that. Grenadier, they would have had elite fire lancer. We didn't have that because that we tried to get to fight the cavalry. Well, this is all very weird. Okay, well, I'll have a short break and then get back to the business right after these stats, of course. So score wise we lost a bit. Army high we lost a bit. Market wise we weren't quite there, and then villagers, we had our moments, but we started our boom a little late. Speed wise they also won single-handedly. Alright, let's just, how do we, no, but All right. Well, I'll improve quite shortly. Be back in a bit. Let's see. There. Alright, I'm partially back after having a game of chase with the ever so lovely cat. GA or Hangazari. Urhangazari 59 asked, what is your ELO friend? Some 5 minutes ago perhaps. To which I replied, and will repeat, that it's around 1k. It was almost 1.1 when we started today some hours ago, and now we are slowly declining to the level where we belong until we hop back to perhaps even 1.1, who knows. As soon as we learn some basics such as building a suitable army numbers, which is something that has been ongoing for the last year. And GA Orhan Gazari 59, where are you from? Now I would be from Finland as we speak, and perhaps in the future, who knows, perhaps I can represent the whole Europe, for example, or the large continent or group of continents that's called the Earth. But we'll see how this globalization advantages in the next decades that I still have left in me, perhaps. Thanks for asking. And welcome around. I was in the middle of trying to sort out the different new civilizations. I've seen some videos, but I don't really know too much about them, and I think we played way in the previous game. And we got 3 villages, so that's great. Didn't know this, but that perhaps helped us survive for as long as it did. We would have gotten extra HP, but we didn't realize that. And the trebuchets also, the traction trebuchets that we didn't build, would have been cheaper. Oh, we also got extra attack against siege weapons. Okay. And we would have gotten a mounted archer. Okay, so Tiger Cavalry gains HP and attack when defeating enemy military. That's great. The Xianbei Raider, the archer, has a charged ranged attack. Sounds good. And Cao Cao is the hero that increases attack speed. Which is all great. Now this doesn't... Oh, it was the Xianbei, yes. And we would have got an extra HP for those. Alright, so against their cavalry, especially since we would have gotten this extra melee armor with the Ming Guang armor tech, we could have played our own cavalry and perhaps some archers, cavalry archers, as a support unit, and we would have easily gotten rid of all the mounted units and the siege weapons that they presented. Sadly, we were not clever enough 15 minutes ago. Our opponent played as Zhejiang, urgent. So mounted units attack faster, so we would have won our scout fight. And fortifications regenerate, that's great. Iron Pagoda. Durable armor that can completely block melee attacks. Alright. Well, perhaps we could have still beaten them with numbers. And then they have grenadiers that throw these grenades of sorts. I've seen a video of that. Khitans. Pastures instead of farms. Melee attack upgrade effects are doubled. Heavy cavalry archer sooner. All great things, of course. And then what do we have left? Shoe. Oh, sorry. So Khitans, Lian Dao. Infantry, alright. This was the Iron Pagoda, yes. White Feather Guard, strong versus cavalry, yes. War Chariot, yes, I've seen videos of those as well. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood, that's great. And then Wu, Fire Archer. Strong against buildings, that's great. Jian Swordsman. Gains movement speed and attack, but loses armor when a damage threshold is reached. Huh. Alright. Okay, well, perhaps we would have had tools to compete against our previous opponent had we so chosen to check the text, the tech tree, for example. Just a second. Well, take care of the cat. And luckily we got some arena action, so we see. Aha. So we should have plenty of time to plan our moves during the dark phases of the early game. Tatars, Bulgarians. Bulgarians, they have infantry at least. Tatars, they have those explosive camels, which are great. And what else? Then let's study the outside a bit. Second 13. We have chickens, so their scout might be a bit more active. Then So animals last longer, that's great. We get new sheep if we so want to. We could play with infantry, I reckon. Let's take that corner. At least it's not beyond the realm of possibilities. But let's see. So Bulgarians, they get the castle-like. What's the name of that building? There's a name for everything. So let's cheat. Just so we learn. Kreposts, yes. So can we expect kreposts and then these? We have more cows anywhere by any chance? Kreposts and conics. Since on Arena people usually play the unique units, as we always say. Well, let's follow the advice from the internet and build the house right next to the edge of the wall, edge of the map. And besides that, everything went great. So what else do we need? One more in and out we go. Based on the early 5 minutes, we have had a great start. Because as you may remember, the previous games of ours have been not terrible, oops, but not necessarily the greatest games either, since this is a very difficult game to master. So nice back forest. Alright, pocket for us. And yes. After some thinking, more villagers we need. So we could try to get to the feudal age fast enough so that we might be able to stop our opponent from Krepos crushing us. But we didn't need loom, but I didn't realize that we are this close of having enough food for the next age. But alright, it's only 30 seconds or so wasted, so it's up. This, there, yes, there. Great. We don't need militia for nothing. some houses against the advice we have received from our betters. Aha. So now the plan is to stop them from potentially creepos rushing us and then dropping a castle in their face, and then taking it from there. Easy as that. Few spears, few archers, just in case. And that's that. I'm doing some eco upgrades because we are in no rush. Although this feels pretty fast for some reason. Where is their stone there? This is a great place for a castle. Okay, and then there you go. And perhaps let's show that. It's very important that they know that we are having see those, then move to the berries. Hello. Almost. Well, next time. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Alright, all the idle time, totally worth it. And what are they doing then? This is the greatest wall I've ever built. And it's going to hurt us probably quite much, quite soon. So few more houses. No rush. We don't need this many people there. We could use some more some more units, but of course we haven't been really looking too carefully. So are they moving out, or is this a different kind of play? So nothing happening there. That is a house, alright. Then we could try to see if we manage to find their scouts. And now it might be a good idea to aim for the next age. But well, we didn't necessarily need this, but it's a very neat wall. Make no mistake. was one of the greatest things I've built for quite some time. So a few more units. Seems that they are not doing much, but it could also be that they are just more clever than I'm expecting. So let's move there. Right, you could all be farmers, but I haven't given you a chance. Most of these buildings of mine are quite terribly placed, but since we are at 1k or so elo, it can't be that terrible. Actually. Oh no, I'm getting killed by a bear. So they are booming, and that means that we should be very quick with our approach, whatever that is going to be. So up we go, but then we could try to get through their walls. We could have a more defensive castle there, for example, and then okay, sorry, there you go. They could have this horde of conics, for all I know. So let's move there. So does this mean that they are just booming and trying to get to a great number of anything? Well, there's a non-zero chance for at least for that, at least. So a few more spears, a few more archers, and oh, let's go there actually. Then this is great, but we don't really need more than one people building that. And especially since we need or could use 200. So monastery, and what's that? I should know. Alright, let's just go to the next. So they are contesting the relics. Ooh, a castle? Denied? Well, that's great for us. Then we might want to build. Alright. Let's rush that a bit then. So a few keshiks, sure, why not? Actually, masonry to get some extra HP, that's great. And let's take that stone while we still can. More people on gold would be great. But let's see if we can afford that. Some upgrades would be great as well. So they should be aiming to get to the next age themselves. So did they ever build a castle anywhere? Well, they are dreaming of building one. Oh. Although that's a university, of course, but still. If only we had some wood and some other resources. This is odd. I'm not usually in this good of a position ever. So there's probably something that I'm not realizing right now. So we need a trebuchet, but we just wasted our wood elsewhere. Like researching crossbows and what have yous. Building some farms. Not prioritizing things we would clearly need a little more. Right. So they should have some units somewhere, so where are they? There's also a chance that they are booming slightly more than we currently are. And if they have multiple castles, then they are able to produce more trebuchets than us, for example. But if that is their best... So we have seen a knight. Okay. 200 gold. This comes first. Then murder holes is not a terrible idea all by itself. We could have a few keshiks. A few more archers. Anywhere close. Oh, the trebuchet of theirs. That's a unit. So after that, you will move there. And what was that? Alright. Okay. So we are indeed witnessing cavalry play from them. Rip. Well, we are a little bit too late, but that's alright. Could still... Oh, perhaps we wouldn't have been too late, but... Extra range for trebuchets? That's great. So we can see some light cavalry from them, and that's that. Okay. Oops. Well, we chose the wrong way, but that's alright. We will learn as we go. So let's have a look at the whereabouts over there. So we still have some resources for... Oh. Isn't that just great? Pikemen. 300 and 600. We don't have too many. Ooh, well, it's because we don't have farms, for example. That's great. Okay, and then we might be losing our secondary castle. So let's prioritize other stuff then. So how do we take it from there? You could build us a few more barracks, and you could build us, oops, a few more houses. That's great. And then, oh no, they are carrying with their dreadful moves. Okay. But this is all we need, so let's just enjoy the game for some extra time while we still have a chance. So you build that, and you build us extra farms, why not? Oops, we don't need no militia, sorry. Not bad. So Hussar we are witnessing here. Well, let's scrap that and build a few more. Buildings elsewhere. Da, 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 da. Go there. Save the little that we have. And all of a sudden we are slightly lacking on multiple fronts when it comes to... We only have 70 villagers, that's not too great. So they have skirmishers, they have... Oops. And all those fancy units that we have heard of but never really played with ourselves. So how do we defend against this group of trash units? If we don't, we will just wait for a while and then call it quits. So a few hand cannoneers to show that we are serious. And then, oh, we are already, oh, we are not, only 4k score difference, so we can still recover from this. Yeah, taking our stone they are like, it's just terrible. It's the worst. Now hand cannoneers are not the greatest unit choice to have against Hussar. A group of Hussar for example. But it's unit choice that we currently have. Right? Still not 10,000. Well, it's getting there. So we might allow them to wreak some more havoc. We didn't even get rid of a single. Right? GG, well played. Thank you for your time. Alright. So... oh, they even reacted to this tower. Which was supposed to be our greatest tank man. Second 13. Cheers. See you around. So they are one of the nice guys as well. Let's see, second 13 from Turkey says the stats 600 games only they've played so far, and they have lost on arena with Bulgarians, but then right after that they managed to snag a victory. Yeah, let's see. I think we could have played this slightly differently. But of course we lacked the means to actually make that happen. Fast imp, very great. We were slightly behind in our eco, and perhaps they were expecting some swift plays from us. Since we were that much faster than they were. So eating boars first and then the cows. So is that what you do when you don't have a diet that you can push? I don't know. But perhaps this is also not the level where we see all the greatest plays. So now they have this short or quick attempt of walling with their buildings, doing upgrades on their way up. Was it Bulgarians that have this food only militia line that stops at 200 swordsmen perhaps? So we are quite even in villager numbers. Idle TC time 6 minutes for them. Well, now they have 3 of them, but still that explains how we were in such a good position even though we actually weren't. Ah! Odette D raiding with a party of what? 72? Well, welcome all. I hope you haven't been around for ages already. Oh, thank you for the raid and thank you for the emojis and what have yous from Odette D and Lipiando saying hello, and Logan Strong, hi, and Odette D, you're welcome. How is it going? Well, we are celebrating the 50th game or 50th day with this game, grinding the ladder and some 300th or so games that we have played 1 versus 1 with a losing streak of 4 currently, but we are having, I'm mostly talking on behalf of myself since the cat is asleep, a good time since we are making some learning while we go. For example, here we are way behind in eco and we could have built a more aggressive castle, so we tried to be really clever, but we were not clever enough. But hey, what's up? Like, what brought you here? I presume that you have had a great stream yourself, Orettadi, although I must admit I haven't been a follower, but I will fix that just so I will have a chance to see what the others have been seeing so far. Orettadi was also streaming AOE some rough games today. Yes, yes. So it must be the weather or something. So or the season of rough games. I'm glad that I'm not the only one struggling a bit. Although the positive side note is that players like Seking13 here is probably feeling really good, since this is a slight spoiler since you just joined. They are able to win this game in the end. So even though we had a sort of like vague map control, I think we should have felt more hurried than we did, because I was just we had a really laid back approach as we usually do, and it carries us to the victory every now and then, but today wasn't the day. But in any case, I presume that since we are now applying some pressure, I know if I was in this position defending, I might feel good about the eco, but still be a bit worried about the lack of army numbers and the fact that they were a little later to the Imperial Age than we were. We should have destroyed their castle by now, but we were lacking wood, so that's what I was thinking, that we could have perhaps prioritized, stopped some farms that we had ongoing, or even turned into a market to force our hand a bit and fasten our approach. We also, now we do have plenty of wood. Well, we saw their knights gathering and we saw the scouts, but we didn't really prepare any army to defend these very valuable trebuchets of ours, and we are not attacking those. So we are making like minor misplays or omitting some plays that might be useful. Running away with the bulk of our army. Lipeando, 3 castles, looks like things are going to get tight there. Yes, but this is like, oh, great hit. I was expecting nothing, but I just realized it during the game. Well, I think that position-wise, this wasn't as bad as I thought it was. And Orettadi, I'm gonna have to catch some sleep, have fun with the games and stream. Thanks, will do, and thanks for dropping by, and see you around as well. And Lipeando or not, haha, yes. This, like, it's not that we stopped playing, but Orettadi, see ya. But we didn't really have the solid idea how to progress from here, and now of course all of a sudden we lost some handful of villagers that could have been handy, while they are easily booming behind all this now that the pressure is off. But I think that in general, this could have been very easily a defendable position. Like, we had the map control, we just didn't utilize that too much. We took some resources, but we didn't take the relics. We didn't build up any defending force to begin with. And now they are very easily going to, spoiler again, to just roam through them or across the map and through our walls and the little defenses that we have. And you can tell that they are 1k player plus 1k, since they know to prepare the counter units, so they already had skirmishers, and now they are also enjoying the luxury of having these two-handed swordsmen as a civ bonus or advantageous unit for themselves, and they are finishing the final crushing blow, which is great for them. But in any case, now we're just letting them feast for a while, even though the game was pretty much lost the moment where we gave up with the map control. Because now they have run out of gold, right? So, no, not quite. Well, there's 1k left. So, if we played this little differently, we could have tried to break the castle, since we were in the Imperial Age first. We could have had few trebuchets queued up as soon as we reached that. And how much time did we have there? Let's see. Where is it? So 27, 28 minutes. So we had almost 3 minutes for ourselves, and we weren't able to produce but one trebuchet during that time. So that's one of the points where we could have improved ever so slightly, I think. And as you can tell from the timelines and all, we also were slightly behind in some very useful stats that could have helped us. For some reason it felt that we didn't have too much eco going on, but perhaps that was due to the fact that we were late to some eco upgrades ourselves, as visible here. So Bozo right after reaching Imperial Age, for example, and then we were hoping to get some extra wood. We didn't need crossbowman upgrade, we needed the trebuchets. Like those small decisions here and there that would have worked in our favor. But that's what we are here to do. To learn, so that once we eventually reach the 100th day of playing the game, now almost 1k ourselves, we might look back at these recordings and remember how much, and recall how much we have improved, which would be great. Of course, the sad news is that if Odetadi already has had some rough games that you have had a chance to witness, then that's perhaps not going to change. But rest assured, there are plenty of other channels around, so you just wait. Drop a visit somewhere else and come back in a year perhaps, and the wind will turn. On the other hand, if that's what you are good at doing, so cheering through difficult times, then you have found the right place. So that was a very non-questionable, but indeed a very fortunate raid for all participants in question. And Odetta D managed to click a follow before heading to bed or while half asleep, for which I'm grateful. And also Sui Tei Kamaradu, thank you for the follow, and sorry for the slight chance of mispronunciation when it comes to respecting your nickname. Luckily, I'm very hopeful that I can improve on that front as well. So, just wait and you'll see. And now that we have people who are well aware of the etiquette of the game, do people still say good luck, have fun, or something similar, as we just did with Lieutenant Grandmaster? Since I've come to know this while playing some team games, that's very seldom the case, and then that makes me think that I could be doing something that's not expected. And for example, people might be focusing on playing the game, and then all the chatting takes away from that fun, and then it could be considered as a form of harassment and a very lame move to ask someone to. That's a quite large forest, but then again they could have changed that map generation. No, but this is not Arabia, that also plays a factor. Right! Yes. Focusing is what we do. So Hindustanis against Franks. Would they just... At what level was Odetta D playing? I probably should know, but since player base is numerous, I can check that in a while. I'm just curious because I haven't played too much and not at too high of a level, but it feels like at 1k people have very questionable strategies sometimes, me included. But luckily Hindustanis is a very good counter to any clever I'll just camp in my base and then surprise you with by being housed. Dun, 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 dun. So let's rush, this is very important. Dun, dun, dun. Neatly in time. Ah, we can still make it work. Well, luckily we had loom, so not everything is terrible around here. So what do we do? Oh, well, but in any case, luckily we got Hindustanis, so if they are playing with paladins, as we witnessed already once today, which also is quite fun because you don't usually... People don't usually get a chance to play that expensive unit, but since we had our difficulties with conquistadors, they just managed to pull that off. We actually don't need gold, but berries instead, or we could be pushing some deers, but well. Let's try to focus on scouting, because we haven't done too good of a job at that lately. And by lately I mean the previous games that we've played today. Up. But the good thing is, of course, as well, that we have so far lost 0 scouts to their town center fires, and usually that happens every other game. So that would be an improvement if it wasn't for the case that, for the reason that we have done a terrible job scouting to begin with. They probably have pushed their deer. So people at 1k, some of you might be at there or have been around there, usually know their early game quite well, unlike me. And then they take advantage of those little gimmicky things such as... Alright. No. Yes. Such as pushing the deer. Very odd habits of clicking I have here. Right, so how do we do this? Let's have a long distance deer eating and then move out. Pushing us some deer, that's nice. So we haven't found them yet, and when we do, they have not pushed any deer. But they are walling. Oh, they are prepared, which feels like a fast castle approach, even without seeing any buildings, and great timing, like we were. Oops, I was supposed to send you elsewhere, but alright. Just some inoffenses here and there, that's alright. What? Opening scouts? Ugh. Well, that shouldn't be too surprising. So. This could be the stalling scout, for all I know. And then we will move out a bit, because we are trying to be efficient. But that is a stable. Alright. So the way we will play this is, of course, by building some archers, because we are very clever. It's just hiding that as well as possible. One more spear could hang around here. Hello. Ooh, being really active with that. Huh, that's great. So now the walls are closed. Da 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 da. Da Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Why would they want to get rid of our scout? Nothing makes sense. Alright, let's just spend some time there. Oops. And then we could go there. Okay, so this is all we need. Because we are feeling hopeful and we trust our process. Scouts? Oh, wolves. No. Boom, boom, boom. Well, we could have walked those in, but we didn't. But luckily it's going to be their source of stress next. Eventually, perhaps. So what do we do? We are not trying to get to the next age or anything, so... But should we? Doo-doo. We have had quite much idle TC time, and also we could expect some knights. And against those, our units are not the greatest. We don't need any gold. Is also thing we could have thought about earlier. That's alright. Let's just see what they are. Oh, well. That seems like knights. Which is great. And then we could move there. Just throw them off a bit. Even though that's not that important right now. Okay. So usually they might want to... No! So they have some upgrades already. We are not doing too much against those. Do, 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 do. It's not great. Oh, well, that was little unfortunate, but losing a few villagers every now and then is of course not the end of the world, and it could be so much worse, but we are still going to lose all of them, and that's how you could lose a game of Age of Empires. But no worries, we will just rise from the ashes. Oops, we won't. As soon as we will get an access to some camels of our own. Yes. Everything's gonna be alright. So now they are. If only the arrows hit. Right. So they are moving out to take the gold. So right. And will they have stone for a castle? They should take this in a very calm fashion and just build a defensive castle there. And then take it from there eventually. Alright. We should build a few towns and there's huge number of. Let's have it there. And then just camels. Like all 5 that we can build. And we could. Okay, well that's alright. We will be housed, but we don't necessarily need all these houses too much. Some upgrades would be nice. Of course, at this stage they should have a superior eco on all fronts, since they haven't lost a handful of villagers. And they have the farms and what have yous. So let's see. Our approach should probably be a little. Actually, let's have a faster unit. And we didn't need 2 stables when we have these few farms. It's alright. Okay, so is there a castle? There's towns in there, alright. Their castles are cheaper, so why would they not build one? That's weird. I find that weird, but perhaps there's something I'm just not seeing. Ah, right. Let's see if we could stop that castle from finishing. Well, we are not going to be able to do just that, but it was a nice attempt. Right, and then away we go. Let's go there for a change. And then we of course also showed, oops, our hand. But they should have expected. Oop. Some camels in any case. Okay, so nothing happening at our base for some reason, but nothing needs to happen because they are in a firm commanding position themselves. So they are booming and we are lacking the means to really make much happen. Let's see if we can catch a villager off guard. And then we could prepare our next set of units. Oops. Oof. How come they keep those garrisoned? So I think we will be seeing some paladins. Nice walls. Some pikes, alright. Huh. Okay. So now they should reach the Imperial Age quite soon. Oops, we could have benefited from that upgrade as well. But now they're over investing in the cold units. In the cold mining, actually, because they don't have too many cold units. Bye. Just passing. Oops. Now things are going to get a little... Oops. Now things are going to get a little bit more dicey. So we have 2 weak... there you are. My great units of defense. And you chose the wrong way. Oh, that's alright. Happens. No worries. Happens to the best of us. So we won't be heading to the next age. We will just try to enjoy the little game that we have left for us. And throwing axemen. Oh, that's the first. The right. And then we could have some more archers just for the sake of having some units. Trebuchets. They have it all. I don't know if they realize the state of the game. Perhaps they do. Hello. So they have pikes. Pikes are great. And what do? We are housed. Enjoy the fact that we still have some time. Let's think of forward castle if anything. Of course, it's slightly likely that we won't get as far, but wood. Thank you all. There you go. Okay, but we have all sorts of resources, so we could have... Although the paladins will show up quite shortly. So how do we stop that from happening? That's not nice. Oh, the great skirmishers. Great forward castle. And then you could take care of those. You could care of these people. Although it's not quite enough. But at least... Oops. We slowed... Oh well. So it was quite enough. Which is great. Okay, let's... Oh, but we are using the very important building. Let's call it a siege workshop then. Okay, and then it shouldn't take too long for their next wave of quality units to show up at our doorstep, but few elephants, that's great. Alright, I like the fact that this is this level of play allows us to have long games that would be strictly necessary. How are we doing house building wise? Getting there. So extra visibility. That's great. And then we could have a castle there, and then we could, yes, castle there. Another thing is, of course, that where's the monk? There, right. They are not yet halberdiers. Okay, so we might have lost. So timing was great, of course, for them. Well, we almost could focus on the castle, but sadly we couldn't. Well, perhaps next time. $700. And what happened to our very great castle? It's just you look away for a while, and all sorts of things take place. Okay, so how do we wrap this up besides calling it quits? So chemistry, that's great, yes, all those wonderful upgrades. And then more castles can be seen from them. Alright. We are having some problems at home. And the 5k score difference is slowly reaching us. So they are heading back, and why would that be the case? Alright, then let's play on for extra minutes. Although I'm not quite sure what would we do with the little groups of units that we have. So more castles left and right, stealing their stones. That's great. Fighting against castles, yes, we have that. Few hussars, yes. Okay, well, we don't have a winning condition, I'm afraid, unless we will win by overwhelming our opponent with castles that we can't really keep alive. Oh yes, killing those cavalry units might have been a better priority, now that we think of it, but there was no way of knowing that. Right, and then we could have some fun with that. And oh no, they are back. Do we have Townsenders anywhere? No, we do not. That's terrible. Alright. I don't think we have too many units on the field or anywhere. But of course our defenses are great. There we go. So now they are bombarding us from the safety of their castles. And we have a... oh, that's terrible. You! Go there and get rid of that, and somehow things will be just fine. Not great, but just fine. And we don't need you. It's just... and there we have the paladin, the unbeatable unit of force. We could get them housed, but not probably with the amount of... any overchops? No. Right, let's build our own set of castles. Although it is a bit wasteful, probably, like time wasteful, so time wise. Alright, hold on. People are dying left and right. There as well. Oh, this is the greatest. Okay. Alright, that is going to go down, and these might go down quite fast as well. That's not great. Is it? What? All these units here? GG, well played. Thank you for your time. I think we had a quite good counter civilization against Franks, even if we didn't really play to their strengths too well. But that's alright, since this is a day of celebration and it's only fair to share some of the ELO points that we have gained. Lieutenant Grandmaster has played what, 3,300 games, which is very good for them. And I don't know if they're sticking with Franks, but I'm happy to see that they played that to perfection when it comes to the expectations of 1k ELO Franks approach. Although we did not see scouts rushing our base, and then they took a really careful approach with their knights. And even here with our throwaway castles, they prioritized those, moved all their army back to get rid of that threat. So perhaps they have lost a game or two to this kind of aggression. That's my take, or my read from the game. So they walled their base in such a fashion that they only had safe gold, 3 safe gold piles. The stone to a degree, but if we had slightly better macro, we could have rushed to the castle age ourselves. Because with enough crossbow men we would have had a great fight against those knights, early number of knights, or small number of knights. Let's see if we can make this work. Just as an aside, since we have Alpha asleep. Cat with us. Alright. So he's the one who's giving me all the tips and hints during the game, if you were curious about the way the game went down. And yeah, we could have run away with some of these villagers. We could have even gotten away with some of those villagers. But this is, I don't think it's usually the case that people start with a town center. Well, it probably makes sense. Houses here, I don't know why, because I didn't read the game all too well. Resources collected only slightly in their favor, because they are lacking some upgrades. Alright, so we sort of had a chance. Like here we could... Let's see, they only have 8 military units. So if we had few camels, few spears of our own, why not? We could have driven them away from their beautiful homes with an aggressive castle. for example. So we currently have enough numbers, if only we used those camels, for example. So a castle there, for example, would be great. Although they are on their way to the Imperial Age, so that's terrible. But that would open up their base for raiding. I don't think we need too much, just some map control. This is probably what happens to professional athletics, that they think they can do something and are in a safe and sound spot. They can still make it happen, and then they are just too slow and doing some 20 years old decisions that don't really work these days anymore, and they still feel good about it. Yeah, so great defense there, and we are even in village numbers, resources collected almost equal, and we could even move out. This didn't cost us the game, but when we got the elephants, we should have ordered them to destroy the castle, because it was already almost finished, and then they started attacking those halberdiers, which was great, but perhaps they would have thought again, or given us extra minute or so if we did destroy this one. We also had plenty of resources for other castles, but it didn't feel like we were in a position where it would make sense to lame them the game. But it's sort of since they are floating quite much resources, so they are perhaps unaware how to finish the game, or they are just that slow and are like losing track of things of importance. Could also be the case. Yes, so we got heavy camel rider, not imperial camels, but next best thing. And up until this point we had a calendar has been rang. Yeah, all of a sudden we got 50 villager kills in total. So we could have just traded a bit more and forced them to move back and forth. Right? But yeah, it's probably nice for others to get a chance to play late game Franks with paladins, for example. I don't think it happens all too often, or it's also a possibility that it happens all the time at the below 1k level, where we are slowly descending into. Let's see. In any case, we are now back at 986 elo, which is a very poetic thing. We've been here before, so we know our way out. If need be. And I'm now just 24 minutes late, but Menonation 1 also has granted us a follow, so thank you for that. Appreciate it. And if you have already unfollowed, then that's also great. It's like our tricky game of getting or finding the right positioning on the ladder, trying something and improving, and then seeing others improving faster than we are. Just fine-tuning things a bit while we still have our companion with us. Alright, so Arabia it is, which is nice for a change. No tricks, just a very ordinary classic. Map. John Wick 28. Oh, there's someone we know. Not necessarily. I'm not quite sure. Of course, the sad thing is that it's very easy to forget about names, even if you have been repeating those numerous times. Well, I said you, but applies to me at least. It wasn't the greatest lumber camp ever, but we could have tried to circumvent, yes, around the middle and just attack their farming eco. And then force the armies move back. Perhaps have a few spearmen at home, just in case they would try to do similar terrible thing to us. Could have worked. Okay, let's take that for first and then scout the map a bit. Right, so let's go there. All the dead pigs, that's not great, but we will survive. Their scout could be out there because there are no deer to be pushed this time. But let's see. They will find themselves a nice pig if they... Nice reaction. Not shooting us, which was also a nice thing. We are a little late to pick the second boar. Oh, thanks. Do, 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 do. So now we know that there's fair play. Wise words, I will try to do likewise. Alright. House near the wood line. Probably not worth commentating at all. Let's fix the cat cam ever so slightly. Eesh. Risky business that is. Right, chickens, yes. And then what? So we are Berbers, that's great, and they are Tatars now. And we could be heading to the next age, but we are lacking some. Highly usable or required food, though not anymore. Tatars, so cavalry archers, we could play skirmishers. What are expected? What are to be expected from us? Villagers are faster, that's great. Camel archers, that's great. Okay. So that's what we will do if they try to be clever with us. We have a safe gold. Let's just play some. So we also get janitors, which would mean that we don't need to play any skirmishers unless pressed. So let's just open with militia, because that's the least expected but still great approach, and because I would expect some archers from us. And then we will take it slow. 3 militia, that's great. And then some farms as soon as possible. Okay, 1 spear just for the sake of it. Okay, we don't need no spear. And you could be stone miners, that's great. Okay. Then we will need an archery range of our own, of course. And we could go there. Just walk past the bear. There you go. And food. Great. Okay. So are we in time? Because we haven't been watching really carefully. Okay. And then a few archers of our own. Would be great. and you could become farmers. And well, we had some misclicks here and there, perhaps. So let's build a tower before it's too late. Alright, and then we might have lost without really paying too much attention to this. But that's what happens sometimes. Let's drop that. Right. So they have some up. Oh, sorry. And there you go. This is huge mess. This game of mine. You are doing everything perfectly. And there you go. Okay. Okay, so it's fletching a clock. Few archers to help a bit. Clock. And then few farms. Never hurt nobody. This tower will achieve great things. Okay. Hey! I thought they were killed already, but no. Okay, and then we don't need stone for anything. So let's just run away. This will be a great tower, yes. Just wait until you see. And then are we ready to... Oh no. Well, they are respecting that to a degree. So that's great. So, do we have enough, is the question. Well, their micro is perhaps a little better than ours, but then again, who amongst us can really say such things for sure? What? They are investing more? People these days. Some people just dare. And they also really clever in such a way that they don't throw away the units too much. Okay, so this is your farm. This shall be yours. And then we could go and kill the little hope that they have left here. So why would we have a score lead at this stage? Unless they have clicked up already, which is a possibility. Right, so let's just farm a bit more. Oh, that's also a mill. Great. Good. Well done, us. Hello. That makes more sense. Nope. 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 Okay. Then we could have power there. just because we are having fun. Although we might want to have a few more villagers over there. Now that I think of it. Faster! Okay. And then what? A little more wood and up we go. Okay, so we still get this great let's spend some food like that. So I'm expecting rams, but Genidors is the cavalry archers. What a terrible unit to face. So now, thanks to all these towers, we have a nice little safe corner for ourselves. And then the thing that we need, let's have a few houses as well. And there. I don't know if we need anything besides Genitors, since they have archers. And mostly archers. So siege workshop, that's great. Bloodlines to have some extra security. And then F. Okay, and your mission is to build that. Forward castle would make sense, but I don't know if they have resources for that already. $200 wood. Let's prioritize that. Okay. And then this is going to be a little... Oh, sorry. Don't need no cavalry archers now. So ballistics would be great. Villagers carries it's neat. Let's see if we can make this work, because there's a chance that we are losing slightly more than we are gaining, really. So we build that. Then we will build. Let's see how their base looks like. Alright, there you go. Oh, we should be focusing on, let's say, these. There instead. And then food. All those nasty prices that these. Right, and just let's stay there. So in case they are not noticing, we have a chance to surprise them a bit. But is that of any value? Not necessarily, no. What? Yeah, just keep on Oh no. This is the most terrific day of my life. Oh no. Well defended. GG, well played. Alright, so let's see if we had a chance to... and thank you for your time. To learn from what we saw. So they had a couple of towns and there's a couple of villages. Appreciate it. You're a good player. Aren't we all? But yes. Nicely put. See you around. Alright, so we made friends with John Wick 28 and perhaps we will remember that for a while. Now we could have had, there is an argument that could be made that the castle could have been built at home and then perhaps, let's see. And then we could have built up the mass to defend against that archer-based army of theirs. I don't think we needed too much of anything. We just didn't produce. We could have produced a few more. But we got 3 kills, so it was not in vain. Of course they are going to even that very soon. And now we are lacking fletching and our unit control is not quite there. 3 minutes of idle TC time already also tells a story when there's only 17 minutes in-game time. But yeah, we could have had a little we still have villager lead. Well, we have only lost 1. Yeah, alright. So we could have had a few towers in the forward of our base to save the farming eco, for example. But and here I think an argument could be made that we could invest into. Alright, but we need to get the castle age first. Right. So we could have had this chain of towers if we didn't intend to build any army. On the hills in the front and then they would be locked in position. They have not only now reached our village numbers, and now they are of course running wild with that. Yeah, we were lacking the archer armor as well. So we knew this was happening. Siege workshop and a mangonel would have been nice, or a few scorpions. And then the micro, of course, 2 to target the 4 villagers in the front line. At the end, the resources collected is quite even. So if it wasn't for the castle, it could have been... No, it could not have been elsewhere. But here are... I thought we targeted their cavalry archers, but we didn't. But that would have been a nice castle in any case, even if we did lose all the base we had during that. But yes, at least we are slowly reaching the level where we are able to play with this very low army number style. What a swift play here and there. Let's hope that we will meet John Wick at some later date as well, since they seemed like nice people. So that means that our celebratory, if that's a word, day of great partying and rejoicing has produced some 100 elo to our opponents. As signs of our goodwill. And it is just a matter of time before we will start reaping some rewards for ourselves as well. It would have been nice to see how they reacted had we been able to produce a few more, or had we been able to keep alive those genitors of ours. We are not very good at this rock, paper, scissors system, but the lower we go, the less I think people are adapting. And it would be great, I think, for our opponents as well if we were able to encourage them to adapt. Now it will presumably be a little difficult if we don't play with any army, but don't know. At least Alistair playing Celts sounds like a very typical way to open the open their carrier. Since I would presume that their approach is similar, but with 0 archers and just infantry, but rams. So would we, as Byzantines. What would be fun? Well, we could try to play with skirmishers because they are not very effective at anything. But we don't expect Celts to play with cavalry, so oops. There's a nice little pocket. And against infantry we might just be fast enough to hit and run against them. Don't know though. So Celts get this wood cutting bonus. Could this be the game where we are trying to harass our opponent instead of being just underwhelmed or underwhelmingly aggressive and overwhelmed by their aggression instead? So we have great vision, which is a good thing. The camels are also cheaper, which is possibly useful. Potentially as well. Up. Doop, 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 doop. Oh well, that was, now that I think of it, it was a little dicey there, but well, no one died. So we have stone, gold, gold and stone in front, and that gold is also not the greatest, but that's because of the house. That was just accidentally positioned in such a manner that it is likely to raise some questions later on. So they found us. We have not found them. Yet. Okay. Nope. Right. I was worried for a while. So did that attack happen because we had clicked the waypoint on top of the house? Or was it because we had earlier had this defensive stance? If the waypoint in the shadow was the cause for that action, then that's quite fun. And means that someone needs to be a little careful when ordering the scout around or any other unit for that matter. So let's take that gold instead of, and this time we are not building the, or we are not aiming for the long game, we are just aiming to survive. So we will have our own fast casual approach. That's a misclick. Right, so men-at-arms is to be expected. Then what? All we need is 150 gold. 54, so 200 gold, because we would like to have fletching for our skirmishers to be really very effective. Because that's what we want. Effectiveness. You could move there. You do as well. Oh, right. Is it time to hit? Ah, well, that's great. Right, and then we could move there, for example. And you could become farmers. Are they heading there? Or are they just waiting for the... Right. My bad. Oh. Right, so let's go check what their follow-up might be. So, archer range, but we need barracks first. And we are lacking important upgrades. That's the worst. So it's a fletching o'clock, it's a barracks o'clock. We don't have any upgrades as of yet. A few more units, why not? Destroying houses, not great. Could move there. You could move there. We don't really need. Alright, so it's few skirmishers o'clock. So they don't have any upgrades on nothing. Okay. And then you could move there. And you could move there as well. And then you could help out a bit as well. Oh. Well, some idle time, but that always happens. There's no helping that. Okay. Back to work you go. Okay. And then that's all we need. Now, of course, by killing their army, we are giving them a chance to, for example, click up and consider their life choices and all that. Oh no. Monkeys and everything. Well, okay, so they shouldn't see us. What? There's more? And again, they think that we might be... No. So now they have some upgrades, which is not great. Oh, we could just... Oh no. Well, this is going to be terrible, so back home you go. And you two take some wood. So knights would be great, but also we could have just some more skirmishers, but we will need more people. Well, this is close. What, they have an archer as well? These people have been thinking about things. So this costs wood. Wood is the resource we are lacking. They have driven us away from the wood source. Okay, so do we then invest into something else? That gold is still free. Oh, no, that's not. There you go, and there you go as well. Hey! How come you are... Oh, perhaps you were in the berry process or something. Okay. Nope. Oh, yes, because you are lumberjacks. That makes some sense, yes. And we will just walk there. No. Just passing, don't you mind? Okay, so we need more villagers. And what else? A castle would be nice, but we don't have resources for such a building. So let's build that. And then just some more villagers, I presume. And then what? Huh. Can we save this? Almost. Too bad that wasn't quite enough. Oof. Even running circles around us, that's just... Some people know how to play the game. Okay, and then what we will need is More villagers, of course. And then they are still having fun over there. So how do we take it from there? Right, and what we need is some more people there. And then siege workshop. That's a house. Oh, great micro. Alright. And that's enough for now. And just carry on. Everyone. And then what do we do? Let's take some gold from there. Who are we? So here we are facing the Celts. Okay, so what next? There's some stone over there. Well, let's take that. And then we could use some farmers, perhaps. Oh, even repairing that? That's great. Okay, so what are we lacking? Some upgrades? Yes. There you go, and we could move from here to there, for example, perhaps. Right, and some more villagers would be great. You could repair a bit. That's not great. Right, back home you go. Alright, and then we will need you to get rid of that. So that they don't know that we have quite nice access to some resources. Oh, oops. Hello, hello. Oops. Oh, great. What's the word? Oh, help your friend. That's not enough? Oh, it's terrible. Just terrible. Okay. But then what we need is few farms and it's gonna be alright. Just alright. Oh, sorry. Back to work. You get rid of that. You could take that stone there, for example. Okay, and more gold for everyone. And then what? I don't know if they are booming behind all this. That's the worst if they are. Okay, and then we will need another one. So the next mangonel could perhaps get rid of that. And we could have castle. Let's look a bit. Okay. This is great, this army control of theirs. Okay, so they have a castle there, and we should probably build a castle of our own. Just to make that stop. Ah, but then people faster. Yes. Oh, well timed. Okay, well, let's not compliment them in case they think that, oops, the game is still continuing, or that I'm resigning, sorry. I don't know if they realized that there's a castle in their base as well. So just go there. And then what we need is someone to build us a university, please. And then let's just go there. With the help of the university. Some more stone. 200. If only we had a few farmers. But well. Ooh, wood raiders. So now they think that they have the game, but do they? We could have some cataphracts, perhaps. If only we had murder holes. So let's cancel that. Let's cancel that. And then we have murder holes, that's great. I don't know if they've been watching how their homeland's doing lately, but then what we need is siege workshop or two, few houses perhaps, and some more farms. Since ballistics would be great. Just keep these there, presumably. Okay, few rams, and then perhaps some. Ooh, castle, you say? Okay. I don't know if they are sending their units back home or if they should. What a monk. Follow me, dear monk. Bum bum ba-dum. Bum bum ba-dum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh no, we did everything right and it wasn't enough. Right, so the castle is going down, and what then? And we will take that castle next. And then some farms. And you could become gold miners? No. Alright, woodcutters. Extra range for drones. We don't need that, I don't think. Oops, we could have... well, we might have just shown our hand